Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Saturday night broadcast, show, live chat, bench work, everything. Um, I did get the guitar routed today. That was a good thing. So, who we have here? We have Lewis, Cheryl, Zach Zombie. Let's see. Hold on. I got to scroll up. Wait a minute. Other mouse. And we have Peggy, Billy Ray, Alex. There you go. What's happening? Hello, everybody. Thank you guys for hanging out. And I'm messing around with this today, and I found some other things kind of cool. They're like, well, hold on. They're like videos. See, show just started, and I'm getting text already. They're kind of like, well, hold on, like this one. I don't think there's any music to it. Or if you're a fan of The Matrix, hold on. Which I think is pretty cool. And then we have, I guess this is another Matrix. And then we even have this. This one's like Countdown. It's pretty cool. So I'm learning. There's a bunch of stuff on here. Oh, I can even do this. Show that there. Like lightning. Last night I was trying to explain to you guys the Dying to Play cover, the logo for the band, and here it is. There you go. So as you can see, it's a big grave, worn out guitar, and it's actually not tree limbs. That's a skeleton, just more or less disintegrated on top, and then Dying to Play. So that's kind of what the cover is going to be. Oh, what? Now you need thunder for what? The that one? What, thunder? Hold on. Hold on. Dang it. Okay. Let me show it again. That one only lasts 10 seconds, but there you go. There you go. So I do have thunder. Lewis, I have no idea. That's all AI. My attempt on AI. And then actually this kind of goes the like the cover for Jack the Ripper right there. Kind of goes with the although it's not showing the rain, but you know, whatever. So, well, I used to use that, Cheryl, when I was playing. Well, do I? Oh, dang it. Well, listen. Okay, you had the thunder, then you had a creaky door, and then I had the old style church bells in the background, and I would play this when I started playing the song Black Sabbath. So I deleted a bunch of stuff. Oh, I have an explosion. So, and I do have a couple left. I mean, I can always the floor creaking. I can always add them back or add different ones. You get this one when you're trying to think of something. I like this one. The whip. So, yeah, I got all kinds of stuff on here. And then applause. Laughter. Give you nightmares. Don't want to do that. Sorry about that. So, how is everybody tonight? And thank you guys again for coming in and hanging out. I hope you hang out the whole time. I am going to work on that Red Jackson again. Like I said, I did get it routed out. What else? I did something else, Dave. I can't remember what it was. But I didn't peel the tape off of it yet. So I'm betting that the paint's not going to crack off. But I didn't want to do it first, then just show it. So I figured I'd have it here and show you guys. And if it does, it does. If it doesn't, which I don't think it will, at least you're seeing it live. Cracker on. Guitars and beers. Wait, is there one more? Hold on. Oh, wait, where'd that go? I think there are, oh, there's this one. Kind of cool, but it's like 36 seconds of just that. So it's different. Don't need that one on there. So there we go. So before, can't stay long. Ooh, 5 a.m. Yeah, that sucks. I remember those days. Ron, do you own any satin guitars and do you like them? I did. And then I buffed them out and made them shiny. I don't. The only one that's really, no, it's not really satin. It's just like a matte finish would be that Chapman baritone that I have left. Yeah, all the rest of them I've either, well, all of them I've buffed out, and just the urban camo or winter camo soloist, I actually put like one or two thin coats of clear on it. And the reason being, I don't like satin guitars because as you're playing, you'll start getting shiny on from your arm picking, and then usually around the volume knob, or if you have a switch, it'll be shinier right around those parts. And my OCD, that drives me nuts. I can't. It's got to be all shiny. So, but yeah, well, I can show you a photo of the blue one. Hold on here. Or maybe I can't. It might be gone. I went through here the other day and deleted a bunch of stuff because I had over 5,000 photos on this phone. And every time I was looking for something, it was dang near impossible. Okay, so you see the matte finish, kind of dull, nothing brings out. That guitar is now this one. And I did not clear this. I was just able to sand it down and buff it out. But look at the difference. So this does not have any clear on it. Something right there. But yeah, that is just, I sanded it down and buffed it all out. I didn't do the back. I kind of touched the sides a little bit, but the main front, the main thing. This one was the matte finish also, but I sanded down and cleared just a couple quick coats of clear on it because the same thing. It was real shiny right here, right around here, and right here for your thumb. And so you're looking at it, it's all dull, and you saw shiny, 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 and I'm like, man, I can't hack that. So this one is actually a wrap, and they didn't put a lot of clear on it, the satin clear. So I initially sanded it down and buffed it out, and it looked better, but it wasn't completely right. And because it is a wrap, every one of these looks the same. So then I got to thinking, well, if someone steals this, how can I tell it's mine? So the only thing I did is right there, that black spot. That's the only thing that's different from every other one. And then I cleared over everything, so it looks like it was always there. So this one's got the blackouts and the 24-volt mod system in it. That light over again. This light's actually going to be, that light is actually going to be on the ceiling pointing down at the guitars. So that should help everything out there. Billy, that one came from Dane. He's probably got another one. Hold on. I keep getting messages like crazy. And I'm not going to say the names, but I keep getting emails now from other channels to like open invites to come on their show. They've watched me for the last 3 years, and they want to have me on their shows. And one in particular wants to create a show with him and I. Still keep this one, and he'll keep his, but we do one together. But obviously, I told him, I want to do this for a while and focus on this. So, all right. So, any other questions and or guitars, or questions and or comments? Guitar. I'm thinking I always get guitars on the mind. I did switch the cameras around because I couldn't get the other one to focus out enough so you could see the bench. So I put the camera up there so you see the room a little better. And then the bench camera is the one that has been on the, so you can see more of the bench now. So as you can see, we got some work to do. This is the bench. I wish this Rodecaster would let me use these as Bluetooth, but it won't. It does a phone by Bluetooth, but won't do headphones by Bluetooth. All right, so 15 minutes into this. Mad Hatter, you watched Gung-Ho again today? For those of you who don't know, Mad Hatter is a fan of a movie I was in, 41 years ago. And he watches it all the time. And it's Gung-Ho with Michael Keaton and George Wendt. a.k.a. Norm from Cheers. Searching. So, yeah, and Mad Hatter is a fan of the movie and watches it all the time. And it's not the old World War II Gung-Ho that was done in the 50s. This is a comedy about a Japanese company. A Japanese company that come to America and trying to get America to do the Japanese way. Racron, you have a Vega trim for a 2-point trim system. What would you suggest to put it in? My Bengal tiger over here. Yes, searching. I was in with Michael Keaton, aka Batman and Mr. Mom, and George Wendt, or aka Norm from Cheers. And Mad Hatter has watched it and picked me out of it in numerous scenes. So it was fun. It really was fun. So, any other questions? Oh, you know? Okay. Well, I'm in the movie, and so is my cousin. Well, Mad, you would know what I'm talking about. When there shows them installing cameras, and the guys are eating lunch in the jumpsuits, and then the one guy, I think they call him Googie. No, that's the one that doesn't read. The guy with the black curly hair. Him and my cousin are sitting up eating lunch while they're hooking the cameras up and all that stuff. Oh yeah, ask Matt; he'll tell you. He's actually found. Well, I could show you some photos. Maybe I just do it with my phone. The jumpsuits that we wore were not designed to flatter. They were just, all of them were way too big. Let's see. Gung-Ho. There's my dad and Ron Howard. My dad was mayor of the town at that time. And there's Michael Keaton in the back. And then my dad and Michael Keaton. Okay. This was prepping for a scene. That's me and the two Asan Moras. Here's me and Michael Keaton. And then they actually cut that scene out. What he did is he had a golf club and a golf ball, and he was coming down the aisleway like, he was just made that boss, and he was coming down the aisleway golfing. And he actually hit the machine I was standing next to with the golf ball because he cracked it. Here is me and George Wendt, aka Norm. And it's funny, my dad took this photo and I wished he would have waited about 10 seconds because I was leaning there talking into Norm. And I said, I thought that cameras put weight on you. He said, well, they do. I said, wow, man, how many cameras they have on you? And he got me in a headlock for saying that and started laughing. And my dad snapped a picture before. Then there was me, George, and Ron Howard. Believe it or not, I worked there, that factory. And Ron Howard, this is when Michael Keaton's wearing a black brown leather jacket, and he's trying to help meet the quota. And Ron come up and asked me because they had him on his going to run. He was going to pull the blanks, cut a steel, and I was trying to tell him we have Kevlar sleeves that would go under his jacket because if not, they will slice him like a razor blade. And then during the fight scene, there's me and my cousin right in front of me, Mike D'Alessandro. The whole lot was full of Paramount pictures. There's no Yankee for my wanky. You guys watch 16 Candles? There's Michael Keaton down below and his stunt double behind him. This was out in the parking lot during one of the lunch breaks, waiting for our food. They had the tractor trailers full with one was nothing but a kitchen. The guys with the chef hats, everything. And Bay Area Rich, little over a year ago, like a year and 2 weeks ago or a week ago, he flew to California, here to Ohio, and I met him in Cleveland, and he brought a copy of Gung-Ho and then had me sign it. So, it was, this is the jacket, and that's when Ron was telling me you got to put the sleeves on underneath the leather or it will slice your forearms open. But he come up to me and was asking me what he needed to do to get that done. So it was interesting. But I'm in a bunch of scenes. I'm in the Union Hall scenes and all that. So who all we got? We got Michael B came in. Cool. Zach came in. Did I miss anybody else? If I did, I apologize. Jim, there you are. So, all right. So with that, any other questions? Any guitar related questions? Yeah, that the guy, I can't think of his name. Lewis, yeah, was happening hot stuff. And I always used to say, if you ever, if you haven't seen the movie, if you did, at the very end of it where they hit the 1,500 cars, and he's like, "Congratulations!" So, but it was funny because I went from Navistar, and then I went to work for Honda. And it was so funny because when I went to the interview, I did a phone interview with Honda first in Marysville, Ohio. And then one of the guys said, he goes, "Do you know anything about the Japanese culture in American automotive?" And I started laughing. This was during the phone interview. I said, "Yeah, kind of." I said, "Did you ever see the movie Gung-Ho?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Well, I was in it." He's like, "No." "Yeah, I was." So then when like a week later, I went actually to the factory for an interview, and I swear to God, it was just like that movie. I walked in, and they're all stood up, bowed, and all of them handed me their business cards at one time. And I literally looked at them and went, "Wow, go fish." And and then the guy I talked to happened to say something about me being in the movie, and man, they went nuts. But I guess it helped me get hired because I got hired. But the funny part was, what they wanted in that movie is what Honda wanted at that time. They wanted everybody to learn everybody's job. And I had one guy named Otaga, and I'm my size, and he was, like 5'1", maybe weighed 110 pounds. And he was mad because there was another guy who couldn't get this job done on the press line, fixing the press or fixing the die in the press. And the reason being is that the top of the top of the die would only go up so far, and there's only so much room. Well, Otaga could actually fit in there and do it, but the guy they wanted to repair it couldn't. He was twice that size. And I actually went there, and I'm like, "Hey," I said, "what's wrong?" Because he was like starting to throw a fit. And he's like, "You won't go fix it." I said, "You got to pull the die out." "No, we can't pull the die out. We have to." I said, "You got to pull it out to fix it." He goes, "We all I said, "Look, you have to understand this. If my shirt got dirty, I couldn't wear yours." I said, "You could wear mine. You'd be able to swim in it, but I couldn't get yours on." I said, "So he can't crawl in there to fix it like you can." I said, "You have to understand." I said, "I'm not being a jerk about it, but I said, you guys and your culture, your nationality, the guys and girls are pretty much the same size. So you guys get away with that." I said, "Look at us. There was a guy running the press line that was 6'10". I mean, I said, "Look at him. It's just," I said, "you got to understand that." So but it was interesting. I wanted to, I was working midnight shift there as a die tech, die maker. And every time you went in, they would stand up, bow, and everything was, it was very polite, very polite. And I got along great with this one guy in there. And it was weird because there was the Japanese at, certain level, like plant manager, assistant plant manager, operations manager, resource, Japanese person, and then an American equal, because a lot of them didn't know or could not speak English very well. So you had two plant presidents, two assistant managers, all that. And I went in there one day, and we had a great big radial arm saw, and I'm talking, it was probably 20 feet long, the arm on this thing, and it would hold drill bits up to like 8 inches around, drill bits. And I happened to look on it one day, and like I said, me and this guy got along great. When we worked midnight, so they had breakfast, they had cafeteria there that was like you wouldn't believe. So every night, or well, probably three mornings every week, we would sit there and have breakfast before we went home. So I walk in the office one night, and he's sitting there, and he stands up. "Oh, Mr. Ron, I'll help you." I said, "Hey," I said, "the radial arm saw out there," and this, again, I was just joking with him. He's like, yeah. He's like, "Something wrong?" He thought it broke down. I'm like, no. I said, "I'm looking at the back of it, and it says it was made in Hiroshima." He's like, "Uh-huh." I said, "Well," I said, "is it Hiroshima or Hiroshima? Because when I watch the History Channel, when we blew that city up, they say it both ways." He's like, "Oh, I cannot help you, Mr. Ron." He sat down. Then he came out about 10 minutes later to laugh and realizing I was just joking about it. But, had fun. He actually came out and gave me a hug. So, all right. So now that I'll get off all that. Yeah, sure. I worked for International Harvester, then it went to Navistar. Then it went to Navistar International. Then I think it went back to Navistar now. All right. I'll go to the bench. And let me switch cameras, and we'll go over there. And I do have to plug the mic in until I get another cloud lifter. That is. All right. Be right with you. hear me? Yep. Take the headphones off over here. Let me get back. And Michael B., I saw you asked a question. So hold on. Got it. Saw that you had asked a question. 5. Something about soldering your telly. Let's see. Yeah, we can. I can help you out with that, Michael. Not an issue, my friend. So yeah, we can. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Wait, I can just turn this up and find it. Oh, once I get to the channel. Oh, oh, I can find it. Oh, all right, it's working. You guys can hear me. All right. Now let me turn this down. Sorry about that, everybody. Let me turn this so I can see what you guys can see. Thank you, Peggy, for letting me know that. Should have looked chat a little bit sooner. Don't need there. And since I am going to be using black ink, I will black gloves. I found out to use the black paint in this area, it literally, I mean, yeah, it covers, but you know, sometimes your springs might come off. Then if they do, it digs into it, the paint chips off. So I use Higgins black ink right there, and it actually penetrates into the wood a lot better. Let me find a brush. Let me do that first. Yeah. And then I'll start pulling the tape off. Then we'll go from there. So you guys can see that pretty good now. I know you see more of the bench now instead of just this center area. All right. So I need to do this now so when I put the foam padding and stuff on, you see it just soaks right into the wood, which is a lot nicer. I should have showed you right there and right here. Right here, you can kind of see the outline. That's the dowel I glued in there last night, and the other one's right here. This is the wrong brush to use, but it happened to be the only one I way too. So I have a older style Jackson plate I'm going to use in here. Just I think one thing, the ink it comes right off too when you get it on the paint. But yes, it routed just fine. No issues. And I did, well, took a few photos. I was going to try the router, but try filming with the router. No, this is Higgins ink, Matt. You don't have to shield around the Floyd. I mean, you can if you want to, but it doesn't serve any purpose back here. But instead of black paint, I use the ink because it actually penetrates in the wood pretty good. And I got to put it on now because I'm going to put the foam back here. This is the wrong brush. Way too big of a brush. The one thing that did happen on this today that has never happened before on all those times I've routed anything, actually not just guitars, I'm talking anything. I just started routing this and I was like right here because I had the center. There's two plates, so I had the first plate and it just opened in this center just a little deeper here and deeper here, so it's just that. So I put it in, did that, then I put the other one on. It does this shape, and I started cutting because all this right here, as you can see, well, was as high as the body, obviously. So I get right to here, and I'm still routing, and all of a sudden, it's like, what do I smell? And then I started seeing smoke, and here, I don't know what started it, but the wood chip shavings started catching fire right there on that part of the body, and there's a little, oh, I got it covered now. Yeah, got it covered now, dang it. Should have showed it before. It was like right here. It just got brown and hot and started smoldering the all the pieces, or all the shavings. And I've never, ever, and I've been routing, my God, since 6th grade. Never had anything do that. Worried about in those. Get this. Yeah, this was the wrong brush. I should have picked smaller bristle brush. Wait, matter of fact, that's making it hard to do this. No kickback. There we go. Should have looked in this drawer first. Right there. No kickback, no nothing. It just right there started smoking. And I don't know what, I mean, there was no sparks or nothing, so I have no idea how that happened. I could, I'm running the router, and at first I thought the router was blowing up because I see the smoke and smelling it. I'm like, what the heck? Turn this on its side to get this. A lot better brush. Does it properly. Sorry if my hat is blocking the camera. I try not to. It's hard doing a show. MPN will not be here tonight, or at least not for a while, because he is out in by his hometown at a Mammoth concert tonight. He texted me earlier and said him and his wife were going to that. I thought that's pretty cool. Have that. Oh, nope. Hey, Mike. Thank you, sir. I use it as the start and finish of these. Then I also have it on the channel for like the intro video to the channel. So again, thank you very much for doing that for me. Greatly appreciated, my friend. I was telling them that we struck a deal. You make that for me for that Van Halen shirt. But I told them that I think you didn't wear it at all. You just put it right in on display or something. I remember something about that. Van Halen Shrine. There you go. The shirt was let me rinse this off real quick. The shirt was an actual shirt owned by Alex Van Halen. Well, actually, the Van Halen business, but it was in Alex's auction. The best part about it for me as it was yellow and black, which is my favorite color combination. So, Mad Hatter, this is what I used. Higgins black ink. You can also use this to darken your fretboards if you want to do that. There it is. Right there. Higgins black ink. Okay. So, let's pull this off. And we shouldn't have any paint come off with the tape. Should be nice clean cut through the router. Obviously there's going to be tape residue on here, but I can clean that off with some wax. I'm going to shield all that. I will do a video that I actually turned the router on and tried to do it one-handed, holding the phone. Needless to say, that's just tape residue. Needless to say, that didn't work very well. So, go from there. All right. With any luck, this should not be nice clean edges. There should not be any paint chipping off of it. But that's not always 100% guaranteed, so let's find out. Ink. Here's a tip when you do this though, if you guys get into this and you always route through the tape because it keeps the edges nice and clean. But here's a tip. Do not put off from the cut edge out. Put backside to the cut edge. Come on. It's right around that. And any bit that's got ink on it comes right off. Yeah. Phone just fell. The routing scares a lot of people. And I haven't been scared of routing any guitar for years other than Michael B's Kramer. A Kramer Night Swan, and I had to route out for a neck pickup in that. And I was terrified that it was going to tear up the paint around it. I literally, the night before I did it, I was scared to death that I'm going to put the tape on it, route it, and then when I pull the tape off, it's just going to break off around the whole thing. Never did, but it had me scared to death it was going to. Hard to do with the surgical gloves on. I've had people ask me, say, why do you wear gloves for everything when you're on the camera? And it's simple. I worked my whole life. My hands are beat up. I've had a total of 7 operations on them. Matter of fact, I got a cut right here tonight with the router. So I just cover them up when I do stuff on here. Completely, you're talking about the ink? 20 minutes. That nice clean cuts. No paint messed up. That the black on there is actually ink, and it will come right off. Here. Maybe. stick back here. To get started on this back section. I usually fold the very tip of it over so I can grab this stuff and just pull it off when I'm done. But last night, we're talking step by step. Then I told you guys I was going to change to this all blue tape instead of the ones with all the writing on it. And I did. And I just didn't think, there we go. That. There. This. There you go. Nice clean cut. No paint chip or tears. So it can be done without a CNC machine. And I keep thinking, I want to get a CNC machine at some time. And I think, well, I'm going to be 61 years old the next couple weeks. So why should I? Because Cole has no interest in building guitars or anything like that. He just wants to play them. Get some wax on here now. Get all that ink and goop off there. And again, McGuire's cleaner wax. I use it on every factory guitars and ones I repaint. I even use it on the one show car now is basically mine, the IROC, so I use it on that too. Ink right off there. Mouse. Some residue. Pretty color. I just wish they would have sanded the body better so you didn't see the lines where they joined the wood together. The color is gorgeous. The paint job's actually really nice. It's just like there's a scratch, or you can't tell on the camera. There's a scratch there in the wood, a dent in the wood. Cleared over. Then, and I don't know how well I can show it on here, camera, but see line here, here, here. I just wish they would have sanded it better before they painted it. Even though that would be covered, or some of the paint chipped out from the hurt to go over it a little bit. If you're wondering why there's different holes here, because the other pickup rings weren't exactly the same for the neck pickup. So, but as you can see, the route job turned out good. Knock it out. So now what I have to do, when I talked about the old Jackson, it's a bar, and it's this right here. So you'd actually curve part in and put that in like that, smack it in there. It gives you that much more support. So I may do that instead of just put the post in. I'll find, I don't know. So here's how I do this. This is stuff you can get from Hobby Lobby or Michael's. It's like a felt paper that's self-adhesive. So just stick it there, then press the edges, and it kind of, you can't really tell it, but it kind of leaves a mark in there, and just cut it out. Thank God they showed me how to cut things in kindergarten. Usually I go with different colors than black, but because the tremolo is going to be chrome, black under, yeah. The best part is with this stuff is you could, if you don't like it, pull it right out and change it. Or a lot of times you can just cut a new piece and go right over top of it too. So that's kind of stuff. Piece and start over. This one really wasn't big enough to mark everything like I should have been. For some reason, this side, like more than yeah, a defined line. I can see it now. So yeah, you can get this stuff at Michael's or Hobby Lobby. It's like 99 cents a sheet, and it's like a sheet of paper size. Actually, when my wife and my daughter go there, every time they go there, I tell her, bring me back a couple sheets of black. Um, and one time I found they were small, they were like half sheets. They were all different. Oh, I'll show you. They were all different colors. That's when I started matching the colors to the guitar. The blues, orange, like two different shades of yellow, a dark red, a bright red. Here's the brighter red right here. I thought about doing that, but I don't like the contrast. Not, that's the size half sheets. So every time they go, I have her bring back some. That's there. Usually, it's the black stuff. Trim that a bit better. I've I've had people come down here and I'm doing this like, dude, you're doing women's work. I'm like, okay. Who, Lita Ford? No, man, you're getting stuff from a craft store. Yeah, so what do you think they use at the factory? Pretty much the same thing. Now, peel off these gloves on. That's why. Trim that front some, but then you just take something rounded. Oh no, wait. This. Kind of trace it. The corners. There's that. Trim some of that. There. Where did I see that? In here. Yep. I keep on that cord for the laptop. Then just come around and trim it out. Got some of the black away from the ink. More on. Just the front. Should have measured that a little better before I did that. Yeah, I can't do it. Gotta do it like this, apparently. It doesn't have to be too precise because you're not going to see that. Tremolo is going to cover that. But kind of like them to work right. And you always end up with little pieces because if you just put the post in there without that bar, then you'd put a piece across there and a piece back here. But not worried about that yet. So there's that. Right on the edge. Yeah, man, I love doing the bench shows. That's it. I love doing this right here. I am going to do a few interviews, some other guitar repair channels. Some I'm going to be on their channels, and I'm going to have a couple on here, like I was telling you last night, and you guys will be able to be here and ask. I mean, you're going to know how I fix stuff if you watch this channel, but they can tell if they fix it differently. Maybe ask them why they do it that way or how they do it. Have them show you. You know, ideally, it would be nice if they had a guitar to work on during the show, and I wouldn't be over here. I wouldn't split the screen up. Trim that. Yeah, I wouldn't split the screen up. I just, turn the screen on them, let them show how they're doing it. Probably put a piece here, there to there, and same way right here, there to back. Not going to do it right now. That's when you get these little pieces. That's what they're good for. Save them. I don't throw them away. Good night, Tone. Or as Polly would say, yo, Tone. Good night, Tone. Hey, Tone. Get rid of this for right now. My flush cutters. Piece of stick there. That there. This. This for right now. So you keep all these pieces and you never know what you need. It's a lot easier to cut them out of the body of the guitar and then put them in. Ava is shedding her winter fur coat like crazy right now. Okay. So now let's do some shielding. Start these edges. Lewis, going? Later, Lewis. So I'm trying to pay more attention to the chat when I'm doing something that I don't have to keep an eye on like this right yet. Now I do. Guys got any questions and or comments, suggestions and or criticism? Go ahead and type it in there. Oh, later. Okay. Cool. twist it around. Should lift right out of there. Yeah. Save these for a second because you might need them to patch up a corner. I'm all about doing it efficiently and cost effectively. Although, I do wish that either Stu Mac stuck or Music Nomad or what's that other one? Philadelphia Luthier Supply. I wish a company like that would send me tools to use on the show and try and promote. I have a lot of stuff, but they always come out with new stuff. I know, under 300 subs, they're not going to pay any attention. So what I did, instead of ripping that off, I cut in each corner and folded it over. See that? What that ends up being is a spot where the wider tapes stick to. Oh, that was this strap. Maybe I should change those, huh? I don't like those that I like the shallers. The locking. I probably will change. Yeah, that a little bit of shielding paint from the factory, Lewis. I don't know, obviously you can see they didn't put a lot in there. So that's why I'm just going to do this. So between this and what little bit of paint they did put in there, it should work pretty good. So this is basically what I do to all the guitars that come across this bench, what you're seeing me do to this one. So come right down here, corner and corner, over without making a big wrinkle. Again, gives you a big area to catch hold. Here. Hey, MPN. Man, he must have played early, huh? I just told him that's where you were, but I thought it didn't start till probably 10 o'clock. you guys have to understand, I love working on guitars. And I love doing it where I can show you guys stuff, maybe help you out with some stuff, or maybe you guys can even help me. I wish somebody in this chat knew how to do that switch really well. I got a text from my buddy. I thought we were going to do it this week. He had a lot of heavy guitar repair this week. Like, so it's going to have to be next week. Which ends up working out because the new tuners haven't shown up yet anyhow, so it's not like the guitar's waiting just to be wired and send it back. I have to get to. Yeah, if you want to buy me a new microphone. That's actually well, yeah, that's what I need. I need a new microphone and another SoundCloud, or one of the ones that I can hook two microphones into. All right, Cheryl. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. All right, so that's enough for the little. See, I was talking about the pieces right here. Right here. That. Not tearing off another piece. This one's a little bigger. So do we have a bigger piece right here, maybe? Still have to put some. Have a couple other littler pieces. Fill that up. Do, 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 do. Now, what happens, if you guys buy copper tape, make sure the adhesive is conductive also, or you're just layering tape on top of tape and it's not going to bleed or blend together as conductive shielding that way. So I'm done with the little tape, medium piece right there. So I don't know how many's watching because this laptop, I'm just watching the chat and I'm not even signed in on it. So I know whatever's 10. Okay, not bad. Like I said, we're a young, small channel, but we will grow, and you guys will be part of the growth. Yes. Sure. There's that. Was that wide enough for that, or that's perfect? Actually, Holly, I have 2 sets of those. Both time I tried them before, the host told me they sounded like crap. So I still have them. They're like over $100 each set of them was. so I never used them. Maybe I will try that, Holly. I just find it funny that usually on this show, well, not so much here at the bench, but at the desk, you guys can hear me pretty good. And then on Laz's show, you were able to hear me pretty good. But on the other show, there's always issues. But yeah, I have. Oh, hold on, I'll show him, Holly. Wait a minute. Hey, Mickey. I'll show him, Holly. Wait a minute. Hold on, let me get the other set. The other set's over here. I actually got the sets. Okay. Here's the first set, Holly. Right there. Oh, wait, you can't. Light. I gotta do something with that light. Get a cover or something for it. That's the first set. And still got the plastic. And underneath here, you have accessories. And they have the lapel and a headset goes around the back of your neck. You know what that is? Oh, it's kind of some kind of hold. Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's that holder for that. Yeah, you got the mic, headset mic, and then the one for the lapel. So this is the first set. And every time, I tried both these one time, and I was told, dude, that sounds like, well, let's just say crap. And here's the second set. You got, that's the receiver, and then there's two of them. So, I mean, these were like, at the time I got them, they were like just a little over $100. You figure they might sound pretty decent. But I will give them a try. see if it works any better. So I just after that, I never tried them. But I've never tried them here for anything, here. But I know it would be nice for the for this part, the bench part, anyhow. Well, I've had some people ask me why I really didn't play guitar on that other show. And it was never really clarified. Every time I did, I got yeah, just stop. Sounds like crap. And I don't know if it was meant to my playing or the sound, but I know when I recorded stuff and played it back, it sounded pretty good. So I don't know. I just don't know anymore. Thing is, you got poke, all this wires gonna come through. Not to mention, the two music styles didn't even come close. So kind of not work. And it may have been the sound, may have not sounded right. I don't know. But what I'm saying is it was never clarified. When someone tells you, dude, that sounds like crap, that playing sounds like crap, sound sounds like crap. You never know. So I just quit playing or even trying to play on the show. And again, also the styles were so different. It really didn't mesh that well. So it is what it is. I get to play on this one. Am I thinking I covered up a hole here somewhere? That one? That. Something. I'm missing a hole somewhere. So yeah, it was never clarified what didn't sound good, so I wasn't going to push it. So I just didn't play. It was no big deal. And again, I'm not mad at it about it. I mean, if it truly was the sound, then good. I'm glad that I was told, so I didn't sit there and try to do it with the sound of the instrument sounding bad. So, but like I said, on here, I can do whatever I want to do. Play if I want to play. I'm not going to monetize, so I don't have to worry about that. So I can continue to play some songs. And I am going to have Cole, my son's band, on here. Because since the last time they were on the other show, a lot of things have happened to them and changed a lot for the better. You know, I think the last time he was on is when they signed with that production company. And that production company has done a lot of stuff for them. They'll be playing in New York. They just played in Michigan, in somewhere in Battle Creek, Michigan, actually. And they recorded probably 4 more songs since then. So I'm going to have them on. Cole, if you're watching, I know I didn't tell you that yet, but now you know. A lot of times Cole's watching these shows. And when I have the facts wrong about something, I'll get a text from him telling me, "Dad, that's wrong." So even though I got accused of texting Peggy all the time during the shows, there's very few times that it was Peggy. Believe me, she's in here. Ask her. So yeah, this guitar was given to me by Billy Ray. Thank you, Billy Ray. And with this color, the way it felt, it just screamed 80s metal. And 80s metal, there was no Vega trim back then. There was Kahlers. They weren't the greatest. The king of the tremolos was Floyd Rose. So that's why I thought this thing's screaming 80s. It's screaming that it needs a Floyd Rose. So that's what we're doing. Putting a Floyd Rose on this baby. And the pickups that are in it, they're right there, is a custom 5 in the bridge, then a SH1 the neck. SH1 neck. And it has great sound. And so this will probably end up being used. I need to change. This will end up being used for a future recording also. So we'll go from there. So for everyone that's in here, thank you guys so much. Again, hopefully I can show you guys something when it comes to guitar repair or building. And like now that I got the pro paint booth, I'm really looking forward to that, because that was the one thing I always wanted to do, was to take a camera in there with me. But I just couldn't because of the overspray. You know, it would end up, you know, one guitar would coat it, then I'd have to clean the camera or the lens, and eventually it would just be terrible, the lens in general. So I just never did that. But now with the paint booth and the way it's designed, I'll be able to set a camera on a tripod behind me off to one side, and I'll actually show you guys what I'm painting and how I'm doing it, how I'm mixing it, everything, how I'm spraying it. So you'll get to see all that now, which is what I really wanted to do that when I did MPN's Cosmo Kramer, because that was the first time I actually did that with the, matter of fact, I'll even show you what I used. Got all of them around the college, but I used mica powder, which literally is a powder. You see it in there, maybe. So what I did is I put this in the palm of my hand and just threw it on the wet paint in the different directions with different colors. Then after I did that, I went back with matching glitter and the same thing. Palm of my hand, spread it on the guitar, and then clear coated it. And it worked out great. I just wish I would have put more red on the front of it. I did. But one that might interest some people also is I got to do Bay Area Rich's Buddy Guy Strat for him. So when I do that, I have to cut out on the Cricut machine. I always want to say circuit, but I got to cut out the 1-inch circles and then place that. I got to paint the guitar white first, and it's an actual Fender Strat, not a Squire. So I got to paint it white, and then I have to, after that dries, I have to put the 1-inch circles on it, and then I have Performance Red. Matter of fact, I have it right here on the shelf. Performance Red. I got to paint the whole guitar again with the red, and then when it dries, pull the round dot stencils off. That will reveal the white polka dots underneath, and then put about 4 nice heavy coats of the clear, the automotive clear on it. Here's, I just got a quart of it here, but here it is. This is what I use for the clear coat right here. Auto Paint HQ Super Wet Show Clear Coat. Custom automotive finishes. So that's the clear. I just get, this is just a quart. I usually get a gallon. It puts a nice heavy thick coat on there that is like really resilient. So I got to get that one done, and I got a Schecter back here on the shelf on the wall behind me. That is Dane's from Zim's Guitars. And it was funny because Dane says, "Hey, I want you to paint one of my guitars." I said, "Sure, no problem." I said, "What do you want?" He said, "It's up to you." I said, "What?" He goes, "Up to you, whatever you want to do." So it kind of left me an open canvas. And I know he likes glitter, and he had, you know, the Garbage to Glitter series, but I don't want to do it like that other guy did those other ones for him. I want it to be different and a little unique. Actually, my goal is to have Dane not to want to sell it. I'm hoping he likes it so much he'll just keep it. But it is a Schecter. And then his son, when I get this one back to him, his son, they have, well, I don't know if it's his son's or not, but they have a, I think he said it was a cheap BC Rich. And he wanted me to do something with that for him too. You know, and like I said, this new paint booth, now that I actually have it and have it up and running by the latest, the end of April, which would be about the time that I can actually continuously paint, it really is going to make a big difference. And you guys, I'll be able to have a camera there so you guys can see what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, and see the process of the paint job. And they're not always, sometimes you get runs, you got to sand it back down, start over. Just like last night when the bolt on this, oh, you know what, that's something. Everybody watched last night when that bolt broke and I couldn't get it out of there and I had to makeshift the cutter holder to get it to work. I was talking to, it was either Billy Ray or MPN this afternoon, early afternoon. And I was like, man, I know I had that somewhere. So I opened up a drawer right over here, a shelf right next to me. And man, that thing was right in that shelf. I was like, oh, that would have saved so much time last night. Because I knew I had it. So I got it back, and it's ready to go. If that happens again, so I won't have to make a cutter with waste another screw shaft on it and glue and everything else like I did the other one last night. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, it had to have been MPN, because he and I talk a lot of times 5-6 days a week. So it's usually, you know, early afternoon. And I was like, man, I know matter of fact, I'll show it to you. Oh, wrong door. This is what I was looking for last night. This Dremel here. Right here. That. Take that screw out, put that cutter in there, tighten it down, get a nice cutter. Where I had to take one of these and then drill out the cutter, fit on here, then it wouldn't lock, so I had to take one of these and glue it and get it to hold it in place. So a lot of unnecessary movements. Had I just looked in that drawer one more time, I would have found it. Now what did I just do with it? Okay, yep, there it is. I don't want to lose that again. And it sucks because it's one of those things that you don't use all the time, but when you need it, oh, you guys saw that last night. I needed it last night. It wasn't here. No, it was. I just didn't find it. So what do we look? Oh, I gotta do that back section real quick. All right, Lewis. Be careful, man. So yeah, it was, you know, but what I liked about it is, you know, I was able to show you guys last night that something goes wrong, figure it out. They will not fix themselves. Make do with what you have, make it work. That is shielded. Cap is shielded. When I did CC's guitar, which there's a short video here on the channel, because I had to drill through the body on this side to mount, same way on Laz's guitar, mount the kill switch from the inside, from the front. They go in through the front, you got to drill. So I showed how to do that. But when I did this three-way switch on his guitar, I could have took it out in the garage and used the cutter and did it. And I know we were talking about, well, we want it to be, you know, like a teenager, show how easy it is to make a Van Halen guitar. But, you know, then CC wanted the three-way switch with the one pickup, and so I was like, well, I'll do it this way. And like I said, there's a short video on this channel of me doing that. And what I did is I drilled a series of holes, then an X-Acto knife, cut it all out, and then a thin filed it all smooth, then drilled these two holes and countersunk them. So I figured those are things that, you know, the average kid would be able to get a hold of. That's how I did that. Because the whole idea behind that guitar was, let's take a cheap guitar and make it really work with a lot of different stuff. So turned out pretty good. I hope he's doing okay. I know he's had issues. I don't want to see anybody go through that and get hurt. So I hope he's doing better. I really do. Hey, Tim, what's happening? So, all right. So, last night, laid it all out, cut it out for the Floyd. Today, I cut it out, got it stained in there, got the back pad in. Let me put this stuff back in for right now. Probably go through and put, once I get it all back in there, and put new wiring completely in it. Oh, okay, so why is that stuck up near? Shim. Here's the two posts that were in it. You see how much smaller they are than the Floyd Rose. And again, well, you can kind of see it now that the ink dried, I think. You see a darker spot right there and right here. That's where I plugged those two last night, that size. So actually, I know I will end up changing that inside, because right now it has these little pots. They are, sure, they're 500K. Yeah. Okay. But I usually like the bigger CTS pots. And as soon as I get a couple more, I'll change these out. So I'll put these in for now. Yeah, it's interesting, and I freaking love doing this and showing people how to do it or answering questions on how to do this stuff. I love doing the painting. John, all right, man, be good. Thank you for hanging out, man. Is this over? Is that way? There. Yeah, I'll put the bigger CTS pots in it just because they actually do sound better. They have more of a response. I just gotta get a few more in. That should be 10 millimeter on these little pots. Are tape residue right there. Here's one thing you gotta watch, and this back one did it, so I'll show you. You start tightening these up, they will turn on the inside with you if you don't have lock washers. But you see right here, now that it's all shielded, you don't want that to touch that side. So loosen that up a little bit, twist that back, that, then put something in there to keep it when I tighten it up. Doesn't hit. Tight, not touching. Good to go right there. Easy fix. Switch that way. In there. Two. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting having other repair techs on here. And like I said, it'd be great if they have something to work on. And I won't do a share stage. I'll just be at the desk. I've already talked to a couple who's willing to do it. A couple different people. So they'll be on here, and if we can schedule it where they have something to work on, then they can do that, show how they do it. Because they'd be showing it on their show anyhow, so they can show it on here. And I'll just be at the desk running the show that way. And then you can ask questions, why they're doing what they're doing, or how they do it, or how long, whatever you guys want to know. Like I said, this channel is just I'm not going to monetize it. I'm not worried about all that stuff. I just want this channel to be a place where you guys can hang out and learn how to fix your guitar or fix someone else's. And I'm not worried about all that other stuff. Let's go from here and everything happen. Be like Bob Ross. Happy little guitar parts. Yeah, I'm not gonna do I'm not gonna cause any drama. Don't want any drama in here. I just want this place to be like, hey, I have a question about wiring up a pickup, or can you show me again how to lay out like I did last night? Layout. So I want to run a full floating tremolo. That's what I want this to be. A place where you guys can come, just hang out, and not worry about anything. Just have some fun and learn. And again, I'm not worried about Patreon or super chats or none of that stuff. You guys feel the urge and want to help, want to donate some guitar parts, that would be the best thing, because that helps me keep everything going for all those people who can't afford it. So that's my goals for this channel. I'm not going to use I don't know if it's actually called Nightbot or what it is, but you're not going to see that running around in here either. Again, this channel isn't about that stuff, and it doesn't have to be. I mean, this isn't my job. Computer, stop. When I was a kid, I always wanted, big fan of Star Trek. I always wanted to be able to say computer and have it answer. Now I have. So yeah, that's how that's just how this channel is going to be, and basically it. I don't have to. I'm not using this for my job, so glad I don't have to. Blessed that I don't have to. And just wanted to be a free place. You guys can come and have some fun and learn, or teach even. Like I said, I'm 40 some years doing this, but I don't know everything. And I am a firm believer in everybody, I don't care who it is, can show you something. I am a firm believer in it. That one. Still think I got a hole covered up. Shaller Mini? No, sir, I do not. Cool, Tim. Hey, did you ever get a chance to talk to Orson? I have the hollow flash to do the black telly for him so he can actually resell it. Well, I'm retired. I had to retire medically. I was forced. I couldn't get doctors to even let me go back to work. So I tried. And the crappy part about it is it sucked. Because like I said before, when I was working, I was just buying all the stuff, everything I needed myself. Now I can't do that, and I got to rely on donation. And there's been a lot of people in the chats now for the last over 2 years sending in donation parts to keep that program going, and I'm grateful for every one of you. All right, thank you, Tim. Thank you very much. So I have everything ready. If he just sends me the guitar, I'll color flash it and send it right back to him the next day. I just need a black Telecaster. CNA. Hello, howdy from Canada. Hello, sir. Thanks for stopping by. Great community here. Okay. Thank you, Tim. Yes, was CA or CNA? Yeah, great community here. A bunch of great people. Quickly make some friends. And maybe learn a little bit and maybe teach a little bit. That all helps. Yeah, I don't know if I can turn it. See, I might be able to turn up a little bit. All right, is that any better? Yeah, this one is an older mic. Oh, you're welcome. Recrown or refret? Cool. I'm going to do a refret on here coming up. Coming up soon, actually. Last night I tore this all apart and laid it out to route for a Floyd Rose as opposed to the regular standard Strat style tremolo that was on it. Did I paint this one? No. I do paint them, but not, I didn't paint this one. I love this paint job. It's color. I just wish they would have sanded the body down better so you didn't see the lines where the wood went together. I don't know if you guys can see them on there. Just here, here, here. Oh. I do. I do custom paint, guitar custom paint. Lewis, we all missed you, man. I'm trying to do better at watching the chat. I didn't catch everybody that came in here. I apologize for that. But if worst comes to worst, Peggy or Billy can text me if I miss something that I need to really address in the chat. Well, see, the silver or the black burst doesn't help. I have to have the dark. The black is perfect, but I mean, a dark blue even, but no burst. It would have to be a solid color for the holoflash to look right. And the darker the background, the better. For total refret, a Strat, so talking, pulling out the frets, truing up the fretboard, bending the frets on the fret bender, getting them in. I'm assuming that's a 9.5 radius on the neck. It's a Strat. Set up, ground polish, oh, refret, level, ground polish. I don't know, email me. If you look on there, my email is on there, CNA. Send me an email and then we'll go over it. So, decision time. That in there. Or I just go with just go with, because I want to save this for something else. That's pretty decent wood there. This is for one that's got the NPN. If you're still here, I wish, oh, there you are. I wish I would have had this when I did the blue special. That would have eliminated that problem altogether. So let me put it across here. Floyd mounting studs. Yeah, that would have eliminated that problem altogether. I do. Inferior wood choice. Yeah, I can. Kind of why I want to save it. So I can do that. Get it all up and running again. Yeah, get it all up and running, and going to do a paint job on it, and I'm thinking not necessarily. I want to do the red. Go with red powder on that straight. Black with red powder and the red spark. Maybe just a hint of it. Getting there. Time I make 3 or 4 more cuts, this will be too short. Right. Dang it. Can't get that straight right. It doesn't matter that much because you see it. Come on, dang it. I am doing really good at not cussing anymore. My daughter hasn't been around lately, and we had to go to her house today. My wife and I had to put up new. Well, I wasn't supposed to do it, but I ended up anchoring in the wall and new curtain. But I had made the comment, I'm doing really good with the stopping cussing, and she kind of laughed. Like, you don't believe me? Ask your by God. She didn't. She's like, And the big test is, Peggy, if I ever get back on Twitch playing Call of Duty, which if I can talk Jed into getting a Twitch account, I may do that, and you can watch us play. I know you enjoyed that before, but I don't cuss anymore. And Jed is worse than I used to be. So that gives you any idea, Peggy, what it would sound like. The spacing on a Floyd, here to here, center to center, is 74.3. Goto, like the 1996 T, if you notice, you'll have the round knife edge here, then over here it's straight. That allows for a little bit of variance. So Goto will drop right into a Floyd with no problem. Yeah, you got it's center to center. This happens to be for Floyd. 74.3 millimeters across. The Goto, you'll have Goto, however you say it. You'll go there and you have the 74. Actually, I think it goes up to 76 because the one side is flat. It's not round to go around here. It's actually a flat knife edge. So yeah, it can put Goto right into a Floyd cavity with no issues. I've been doing this for over 40 years, CNA. The the 1996 T, I'll tell you how good it is. I have a what I like 3,500, close to $4,000 ESP Lynch, the Bengal Tiger, and I ended up taking the white around the edges off of it because I didn't like that. But I wanted to do it all in gold, all the hardware. So what I did was took everything off of it, including the frets, and put gold frets in it. And I didn't want to spend the $400 for the gold Floyd, and I had never tried the Goto. And everybody told me, "Oh, you need to try it, Ron. You need to try it." So I bought one, gold one, for like $160 at that time. I don't know what they are now. Brand new, and it's been in there now for 3 years, and have never had an issue with it. Stays in tune. Matter of fact, the one thing I wish you could buy just separate from the Gotos um, is this. Oh, screensaver. Um, the Goto one is a little bit bigger than this even, but it does basically the same thing. You go down here, you bottom it out, okay, you want to go all the way. But here's the difference, and I love it, and I wish you could buy just the mounting studs for those. On a Floyd, unless you really got it, the chamber tight, a little bit of glue, sometimes you get a little rocking. Or if not, if it's not this outer shell, like you can see right there, that moves inside there a little bit, threading. Okay, so you're going to have it. But on the Godo ones, so you set it where you want it, and then this is a 3 millimeter, which is right here. So you'll set it. You set your action, you get it where you want it, and you're good to go. Now on a Floyd, you're still going to have a little bit of play, you can see. But on a Godo, once you get that set where you want it, then you come down a 2 millimeter, go down inside that, and tighten that down. And what happens is it runs a spike out of the bottom of the stud into the wood and locks it in place. And you have no play whatsoever. That and the way they put the bar together for the block on the bottom is great because hang on. So let me let's see. I don't even think I have. Well, yeah, I got. So they also come with a big block like this, by the way. But when you take spring, okay, on these, there doesn't happen very often, okay? But and some people put the block on backwards, so if you look, it's angled, doesn't go in straight, it's angled, tilting back to help keep it in place when it's attached to the cloth. But on the Godo, you'll put the spring in, you'll put the block, the spring, and then there is a screw, flathead screw that screw down over top the spring to keep it coming out. And you get this big block in it anyhow already. So that's a killer idea, and the mounting studs with the spike down the middle is great. Let's see. Strap pickups. That depends on what your taste is. Well, if you get the Godo, it comes with the post. On the specials, they used to make the here. Let me show you. Hold on. Glad you guys are asking questions. That's okay. These are all saddles from specials, and I keep these because these break so much. What happens? This is a cast. It's not machined. It's not hard steel machine. It's cast. So what will happen is someone will get in there and crank on it, tighten it, and basically threads out of the saddle. It's no good. Throw it away. So I keep a bunch of extra ones. That's the biggest flaw on the special. Base plate itself, which is that one I just had right here. This is a excuse me. This is a special. But it's upgraded with better block, push-in bar instead of the screw-in, which also that's a good hint. But Godo also has the push-in bar too. So you have no play. I mean, you touch the bar, the tremolo moves. Good to go. So with this one, the base plate on a special is not as bad as everybody says it is. It is hardened, not as much as the German version, or I guess the USA version now, and not as much as the 1000. But unless you're playing 4 nights a week and beating the crap out of the tremolo, um, unless you're Eddie or Dimebag and you're playing it like that, you don't have to worry about the special unless you don't want special on the tremolo because people say it's junk. So what you do, upgrade this, upgrade the bar, and then these right here. These are saddles from the 1000. These you can tighten up and they won't pull out. You're good to go. So that right there, even though it's a special bass, this tremolo will last. And I tell you that out of experience because my son-in-law plays in a thrash, heavy, very, very heavy thrash band, the kind where you can't even understand what the singer's saying. He plays lead guitar. I basically did this for a special for him. I had an extra set of, actually they were German saddles I put on there. And he beats that tremolo so bad, he's bent the bar. I've had to put 2 new bars on it now. And it's a special bass going on 4 years, 3.5, 4 years, and the bass is still working. Bass plate's still fine. So don't let people tell you the bass plate sucks. Is it as good as the German one? No. But unless I can go on Spotify and look for a band called Bolt Action out of Ohio, and you'll hear him beating the crap out of the tremolo. He's been using the bass plate off a special for a long time. So, hope that answers your question. But Godo, for half the price of a Floyd, you're getting big brass block, you're getting the better saddles, you're getting the push-in arm. What are you saying? It's just, I know the tuner itself, it's not as round and short. It's a little bit thinner and taller, but that's not an issue. As long as you don't play where you're going like this and rubbing your hand across them, it's not going to hurt you. You're good to go. Believe me, I've been working with Floyd Roses since 1985. And actually, as much as I joke about it, seriously though, they call me the Floyd guy in this area because I do them for all kind of bands. Guys are like, "Hey, I can't keep this," and it's got to be set up right. That's the biggest thing. If it's not set up right, then you're going to fight it. And when I say set up right, what happens is you do everything from the playing position. You set intonation, you set everything. You do it from playing position. And if you have the Floyd set right, get all this out of here. So when you're playing, obviously, guitars sing this way. Floyd has to be level with the body. Now, I don't mean level down in the body or on top, just level with the body wherever you have your adjustment, your height adjustment. But when it is done and done properly, that's intonated and plays perfect. When you do this, it'll go sharp a little bit. And when you turn it this way, it goes flat a little bit. But when you put it back in playing position, it's back to perfect. That's when you know you got it set up right. So, any other questions? See, I love this. These are great questions. This is what I want this channel to be about right there. What we're doing right now. Working on guitar and asking questions, answering questions. what was it? I have the 80 Stratton pickups. Uh, that's personal preference. I mean, I personally like Seymour Duncan's. It's my favorite pickup, and all but maybe, well, let's see, one, two, three, all but four guitars are all Seymour Duncan. I have a lot of guitars, so I got a lot of Seymour Duncan pickups and a lot of custom shop ones made by MJ, the best pickup winder in the world. And anymore, if you want her to make them, she'll still do it, even though she's like floor supervisor now. But it'll take longer to get them. Yeah, this is a bigger version, but when you look at the mounting post on the Goto, it ends up something like this. You'll have that little spike come out of the bottom of the post, just digs into the wood and locks that in rock solid. I wish Floyd would do that, or I wish you could buy just the post itself. Can't do that. So pickups, it depends on what you want. Do you want a traditional Strat sound, or do you want a heavier sound, or try to mimic a telly sound kind of? It all depends on what you want. So you can get, for your Strat, is it a 3 single coils? I have a set of Lawlers in my green Charvel. Okay, you can look at lace sensor pickups also. A little bit more black there, cut some away. So lace sensor, or it's normally for me, it's Seymour Duncan. I do not like the Marzio, but that's my personal preference. Yeah, Russell. Well, I don't. I got the boxes for. They're already in the guitar. Here's what I put in. Right here, they were 190 each, 4 conductors. Imperial bridge chrome, and then the Imperial neck chrome. The decals are even still in here. It's kind of neat how they do the box, because it's like an advertisement. Watch. You can pop that up. Yeah, stuff still is in there. For like a display. There you go. I couldn't use these because in that guitar they're directly mounted to the body. Got the decal. But that's kind of neat how that box goes like that. Then you can just close it up. It's locked in. Then put the cover on. Yeah, I wanted to go with a completely different sound on that lime metallic green Charvel. Yeah, they do, Russell. Yeah, they do. So I wanted, and funny because the ones I ordered weren't really for that style guitar. They were more for a semi-hollow body. But you put semi-hollow body designed pickups in a solid body, gives you a very unique sound. That's ground. I'm trying to figure out where I put that come through there, I think. Go straight there. I need to drill another hole now. I have covered it. That one might be. Yeah. Let's do this. No. With it's the old Gibson style wire. I like them. I really do. Well, on the pick guard, on a Strat, it is best to shield the entire pick guard. Um, here you create a Faraday cage. But if you think about it, the 60 cycle hum, it isn't really coming from this. It's coming from the pickups themselves. So what you want to do is shield the entire pick guard. And you can put it down in the route if you want to. But this is just something I do. I shield everything for so long. It's like, don't worry about it, just do it. I did. Yep, I did. Right there it is, Peggy. I had it. I drilled another hole somewhere. So yeah, you can. This originally was right here, and it came up through the springs, and that's wrong. Drilled another hole up here. Shielding in there. Some on the inside. String. Yeah, but as far as pickup goes, it's that's personal preference. There's a lot of people that love the Marzios. I don't, but that's just there's just something about them. I just don't like their sound. That doesn't mean they're bad. They're actually a very good pickup, but they're just not for me. So, for me to tell you what it just depends. It's what you want, what you like, is what you got to have. Best thing I could tell you to do is put on a set of headphones and go to YouTube and compare pickups. Some guys will take one guitar and put 3 or 4 different sets and companies of pickups in them. that way, and you get to hear each time. But the only way to really do it, to get any, if you just listen to it through regular speakers, you're not going to notice a lot. So do it with a set of headphones. It does make a difference. Oh, you tried them? Now, again, it's it's what you want. What I like may not be what you like, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh, you got to have these. Our pole outside, that's cool. Yeah, it depends on what you like, what you want, what you're going for. Like I said, my all time favorite is Seymour Duncan's. Preferably ones made by MJ, because she's been doing it now for 40, 44 years for him, 45 years maybe. She makes, she's now supervisor over the department, but she will still make them. It just, you're going to have a wait time. She's not at the bench every day. Not really. Not necessarily more distortion, just a different sound of the distortion. I did a video tip on this channel just Wednesday, I think it was. And if you look at it, I got two Seymour Duncans in a White Warrior, Jackson White Warrior. And I did the, I broke the rule. I have a bridge pickup in neck that is 16 over 16 output, ohm output. Let me get this on here first. Where most neck pickups have I'd say 8, 4 to 8. Make it. If you're wondering, I'm soldering at 750 degrees too. So, there, cut that off. There. Here's another thing. That little piece right there. Do not throw that away. Put it right there in the soldering station, because you never know when you need a little jumper cable between pickups. All right, now I forgot what I was saying. Sorry about that. Peggy, what was I saying? Yeah, I'm going to change these pots. I just don't have the ones I want to put right now. So I've gone up to 900. I find around 750, 800. And another one, keep your tip clean. Oh, I was talking about the pickups. So I have that. It's a Seymour Duncan dime bucker in the neck position. It's not turned around. It's still north up. And the reason I did that is because in the bridge position, I have the Seymour Duncan slug. Now, where most other pickups people consider a hot pickup 15 to 20, 22, you're like, man, that's a super hot killer pickup. And it is. But the slug puts out, on my guitar, it's putting out 33.9. So what happens is if you had the regular neck pickup at a 5 to an 8, add any more solder, trying to melt. When you would flip from the bridge to the neck, it was like you shut the volume off. So I had to go with the better neck. Half slug. Well, I never saw that. Yeah, I liked it. I like it, and I initially had it for the 500K pot for about the first year, and then just in the last few months, it might have been October or November, I think. I don't remember exactly. I put 1 meg pot in. Oh, here we go. Screensaver. And I kind of like it with 1 meg pot. But surprisingly, even with the 500, um, it's still controllable. You would think something that hot would just be ungodly, and it's not. What time is it anyhow? Oh, 12:20. So yeah, it's kind of surprising how that slug works, but I love it. And it's on, oh, 3 or 4 new songs it's got done. That particular guitar. So yeah, I like it a lot. Don't have an issue with it. It's a great pickup. Need to get I go see the eye doctor again. My yearly checkup. Get a stronger magnifying bifocal. Solder on that. Clean that off. But yeah, it pickup is. I mean, people can recommend to you what they like, and even tell you why they like them. But ultimately, it's up to you to decide what you want or the sound you want. Like I said, I personally don't care for DiMarzio. Not that they're bad. They just don't have the sound I look for. That makes sense. And the Lawlers, I've always heard about them. Never tried them. And I thought, you know what? I want something different. Because even though I have a bunch of soloists, when I say a bunch, we're talking 20, 21 soloists. And they only you either get single hum or double hum. And I go with the I hate MacBooks. So even though I have 20 or 21 soloists alone, I don't want them to sound the same. So there's different pickups or pickup combinations in each one. So I'm not, so I don't have two that sound identical. But I like the Black Winter. I like the Nazgul and Pegasus. And then Jazz for the neck, or the Sentient for the neck. Trying to get away without adding solder to these. So they're just not, they just don't all sound the same. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Billy Ray was kind enough. This channel, I've had this channel for a couple years, but I never really did much on it till lately. And Billy Ray was kind enough to, at 500 subscribers, he's going to give away a guitar to some lucky subscriber to this channel. So keep that in mind, everybody. Add. Billy Ray and Peggy are moderators for the channel. Good friends of mine. Billy wanted to do that. So you will, I don't know what the guitar is going to be. I don't even think he knows yet. But it will be something. There you go. Grab one from Zim's. Those of you who don't know, Zim's Guitar is one of the greatest used guitar shops, as far as I'm concerned, in the freaking world. And Dane work with you, the owner. Why is that? Dane will work with you really nice. And he ships guitars. But only gonna be worst comes to worst. Yeah, in Mesa, Arizona. As a matter of fact, I got it covered. Here's his old logo, Zim's Guitars, right there. Number on there, Billy? Yeah. 480-242-3742. And you can go to zimsguitars.com too. I think it's .com. Dane's a great guy. Loves the 80s style guitars. I think he has over 500 guitars for sale. And they're all used. He restrings them and sets them up before he sells them. I've got 6 guitars off of him. Billy here has bought 22 guitars off of him. Guess it's going to be 23 here before too long. So yeah, Dane's a great guy to deal with. He loves to deal. He loves to. Well, what you could do is you could even trade something in. He loves trade-ins, and he loves to haggle, make deals. I just wish I lived closer to the store. You know, over 2,000 miles away. And I do plan on, if he'll do it, I do plan on having Dane on this show. Well, whatever, shows, stream, live stream, whatever. I don't know what to call it. But I do plan on having Dane on here. I'd like to have him on here more than once, but, you know, I know he's got a business to do, and I know the time difference makes it a bit harder. But, be interesting. So, take this back out. Time is it? It's been, 4 hours? No, 10:30, 11:30, 12, 3 hours. I'll get this wired up. Then tomorrow we'll mount the Floyd, put the neck on. Why isn't my screensaver 3 minutes now on its own? I hate Apple. I like the Apple phone, but I hate the Yeah, I want to get Dane on here if he'll come on, and maybe we can go over some of his newest guitars he took in on trade to sell or whatever. Kind of showcase a handful of them, or however many he wants. I don't care if he wants to do 100 of them or 2 of them. Doesn't matter. But I will say this: I get first dibs on the Jacksons. Okay, so now let's come from here. Yeah, I get first dibs on the Jacksons. It's pretty cool when you got a guy that gets Jacksons in and gets a hold of you. Say, hey, I just got this Jackson in. Yeah, I know. Lucky Billy. What Dane needs to do is open a store over here. He's from Ohio. So he needs to open a second store over here. Because there's no true used guitar stores here. You go to most of them here and everything's new. And then what happens is they'll have a wall anywhere from, God, I couldn't tell you, sometimes as low as 6 or 7, and really never any more than 15 or 20 used, because everybody around here, all the stores around here, deal in all new stuff. So if he would open a store over here, because I think he has a brother that still lives here in Ohio. That would be cool. I know. Oh, that's why. That's why. Yeah, I keep taking out the plug. That's why it keeps shutting off. Every 5 minutes when it was on battery. Hey, William. Well, I didn't have much of a choice. That's all I'm going to say. Did not have much of a choice on that. But it is what it is, and it's working out. I get to do my own thing now, and the way I want to do it. And I'm not worried about the sub count or the money, or I just want to be on here and do what I'm doing. Like right tonight was perfect. Worked on a guitar. Been answering a lot of good questions. That's what I want to do. I love it. So in a way, in a roundabout way, it was kind of a blessing. But I have no ill will towards him. I'm not mad, and I don't hate him or none of that stuff. And that's honest to God's truth. I just feel disrespect. That's all. Because after all that time, just right at 3 years, it wouldn't hurt to say, hey, I'm going to do this by myself for a while. It's just the right thing to do, and it didn't get done. And that, it is what it is. Whatever. something here. Well, like I said, it's kind of like a blessing in disguise. Yeah, I was bothered really bad about it at first, but now that this is working out a lot better, and it's actually grown quite a bit. And the best part is, well, the strangest part, it was strange to me. I can't do that with that piece like that. It was strange to me. So here's how you do this. You do a little cheat thing here. You don't want that wire moving on you that way, so you do it this way. Clamp it in there so it stays in place. Doesn't move. That. Come on. Be right with you guys. Oh. That should. Um. Yeah. What I'm saying is, regardless of how you look at it, come on, dang it. Hard to do it this way. Not impossible. Yep. Wait. Hold on. I'll be right with you here in a second. There we go. Out of the way. Head up so I can touch it just a minute. Well. Yeah, I put my heart and soul into my part of that show. And one reason why I'm here right now doing this is because the money I put in to upgrade my end of the show, so there was nothing to worry about. And then after that happened, I was like, well, you know what? I got all this equipment. Instead of doing just the videos like I was doing and posting them, why not go live? Turn it into what I wanted to do anyhow, which was this bench work, uh, figuring out stuff. I mean, because if I don't know it, I'll tell you I don't know it and figure it out. Now, if I can get that to stay for a second. So touch it. So, it's just weird. I mean, I knew that wasn't going to last forever. Not my show. I knew it wasn't going to last forever. But when he made the comment to me that, the other guys who were hosts of that show at different times wouldn't upgrade their equipment until after they were gone, I wanted to show him in, good faith, hey, well, heck, I'll do it now. So I spent a little over $3,000 on my part, his show, and had a hard time explaining all that to my wife because it's like, why are you doing this and it's not even your show? And I just don't know. I don't know why I understand why he's doing what he's doing. I do understand that because again, this is his job, so that's fine. And I wish him well, and I wish him success. I'm not just saying that. I really do. I'm just saying what I am saying is the disrespect is It was unnecessary and uncalled for. I know you new guys that are here tonight have no idea what we're talking about, and it's probably best to keep it that way too. But yeah, I'm just trying to what I want to do, and it's help people out. So that's what we're doing. And like I said, thank God I have the gear now to do it this way. So I'm just going to do it. But yeah, it's just, I mean, common courtesy is just say, hey, look, I got to change things up. I'm going a different direction. I'm going to do it by myself. That's it. That's all it had to be said. But just to just stop sending me the links and not answering when I asked for them, then telling other people that I should have got the hint. I mean, come on. And then when I was told that, hey, you weren't disrespected, so you shouldn't feel that way. And if you do feel that way, you need to get over it and move on. That was like, excuse me? That's wired in. Oh. So yeah, I was a little taken back by that. When you hear excuses why that was done that way, that's not my problem. It's still common courtesy, and not like I'm going to jump up and threaten to beat somebody up. I mean, my God, it's your show. You want to do it different? That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Man, tell me, don't do stuff to try to make me mad, so I quit on my own. Because then he would have been able to say, see, he quit like all my other co-hosts, and I wasn't going to let that happen. And I told him from day one. I said, hey, I'm not going to, I won't quit. And I didn't. I still didn't quit. But man, there's a time that I just didn't like being told that I was not disrespected, shouldn't feel that way, and if I do, I just need to get over it and move on. That upset me. First off, don't tell me how to feel. I don't tell anybody else how to feel. And I live under I treat people the way I want to be treated. I always have, always will. And I was raised, I know I always say this and people laugh, but I was raised old school Italian, and respect is right there. It's top of the list. But like I said, I have no issue or problem with not being on the show, but at least you could have said, hey, look, so I don't, whatever, it is what it is. It's turning out to be a blessing in disguise. So I could probably even thank him for that. Plus, through that show, I've made a lot of new good friends. And, I can honestly say I never once tried to make him look bad on the show. I never did any of that. I never made fun of any, or picked on him like I got picked on a few times and made fun of. But it was for the show, it was content, so it was fine. And again, I really, honest to God, don't have an issue with it, other than the fact that, hey, you just disrespect me and really, after right around 3 years mark, money I spent on my stuff to make sure your show was good on my end, and then stuff I gave away for his show out of my own product, and then even paid for the shipping. And I don't get the courtesy of saying, hey, I'm just going to do something different. It seems a lot of people don't understand that. But some surprise things have happened, come out of that. I've received 4 emails now from 4 different shows wanting me to, give me open invitations to be on their shows. And one of the guys actually wants to create a new show with me and him. And it's funny because they're like, yeah, we've been watching you on there all this time, and we think, this will work out. So, but I told that particular guy, I said, hey, that sounds good to me, but I'm not going to end this show. This is what I want. This is what I love. This is what I'm going to do. And again, subscribers are nice, but you're never going to hear me say, hey, subscribe to the channel or like the show or what is it, channel members or Patreon. I'm not doing none of that. That's irrelevant to me. My enjoyment is this right here. Answering questions, talking to you guys, and showing you guys how to lay out body and actually trim out and route out for a Floyd Rose, because it's not just sticking a template on there and routing it. You have to center line, there's a lot to it. And if you look at last night's show, I laid it out. Today I did the routing. Matter of fact, like I said, I tried to film some of that, but it didn't. It's hard to hold a router and a camera at the same time. But let's see here. Can't. That was when I was getting ready to. I know the light. I got to get a shade for this light so it doesn't shine directly like it is. Then that's the first template. And then why does that one keep getting dark? And after I did the first template routing, so it's the one. Yeah, I was trying to do. Watch. My friend was out in the garage and he said, "You're freaking nuts doing that with one hand." But anyhow, yeah, but a lot of good things are coming out of it. Uh, Greasy. I didn't mean for it to do that. It's not my fault. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Okay, now I got this plug. I unplug it again. Then why? Yeah, I mean, I didn't do any of that on purpose. If that's how it turned out, it just wasn't my fault. Um, yeah, I started getting that feeling there towards the end, and I was like, and two things could have happened. There was two outcomes to that. If that's, and I don't know if that's truly the reason or not, or part of the reason, but one is, hey, if you had an issue, to so no one would know, text me, and I'd help you with it. Or let's get him off the show. So guess which one went? I mean, I've worked hard to get to this skill level, and I love showing people how to do it. My whole thing is to keep music going. The whole program. And Greasy, thank you for the donations and guitar, the chipson and all that, and all the parts, and especially the killer deal you made me on the mirrored guitar. So, but yeah, it's just I didn't I didn't I didn't intend to make anybody look bad. I just want to help. And if that's how it was taken, then again, that's not my fault. But to sit there and tell me, you shouldn't feel disrespected, so you just need to get over it and move on. That's no. That doesn't go that way. So we'll save the rest of this for tomorrow's show. This goes back into the front desk right there, so I have it, because MPN knows where that's going. But yeah, it's just the whole thing was unnecessary. Like I said, I'm still not mad. I just disrespected, and I can't get over that. And I even explained to the person who told me that I needed to get over it. I said, hey, I'm going to be 61 at the end of this month. And for 61 years, in my family, again, the Italian family, respect is everything. So don't expect me to be told, hey, just get over it, don't worry about it, and flick a switch and it's going to happen. Because it don't. But I understand where they're coming from. But again, I would never tell you guys, hey, don't feel that way, or don't feel that. That's not right. Wrong. Because that's crazy. And like I said, I'm not the end all of end all, because I still believe everybody, I don't care what their skill level is, can show you something. And that's what even though this show is, fretworks, and I'm doing a lot of this stuff, I'm showing you how I do it. Am I telling you it's the only way? No. I'll never tell you, oh, that's the only way you can do it, because it's not. I love to use the example as this. We all know where there's a Walmart. You live here, your friend lives here, whatever. You all go to the same Walmart. Different routes, but you end up at Walmart. That's just like this. There's 100 different ways to do this, but you all come to the very end where it's a working guitar. And what I hope to do is, like I said, get other people who do what I do and have them on here as a guest. I'll stay at the desk, let them have the full screen, and they can work on one of their guitars then. show us how they do it. It may be different than me. It may not be different than me. I don't know. We'll find out. But it's another way for you guys to see another option, how it's done, and a way to learn. Because like I said, I'm not worried about making the money, and I'm not going to spam the chat with anything, and I'm not going to ask for money donations. Art donations, yes. I mean, that's on my, but you guys all know why I do that. So they're not, they're parts for me, but not for my guitars. We put the neck on it. Tomorrow we'll do the whole Floyd Rose thing and get that all done. Let me get this neck on, then I'll be over. Well, Lewis, I don't know, and to be told, well, that's just how he is, that doesn't make it right. There's a thing of decency and respect. Like I said, I'm not mad. I'm not gonna do anything to hurt his channel or what have you. Let me get all started. I'm not gonna ask you guys to love the clutch system. I mean, it saves you from stripping out everything. Because I was even told by another person, I was even told by another person that, oh, you'll probably tell everybody that comes over to your channel not to watch him. Like, why would I do that? First off, that's stupid. And I have no right to tell anybody who they can and can't watch or sub or not sub. I could care less. I want to fix a guitar and show people how to fix it, because a lot of people can't do it themselves. And yes, they could take it to somebody, but that takes money. And a lot of time, like I said, that's the whole reason why I'm do what I do with the rebuilding, getting them out of here, is because these people can't afford to get a new guitar or get one fixed, but they want to learn. And that's just, want to learn music. Hey, that's great. But I mean, I'm sure everybody in here that plays guitar at one time, I mean, when you're trying, especially when you're first learning and you got a guitar that fights you the whole time, what happens? You end up quitting. So, that's just what happened. So, I figure if I can get the guitar working and where they don't have to worry about it, and then all they got to do is learn. And like I said, being retired, this is what I do. I love doing it. I'm not doing it for money. I just want this channel to expand, to get other people who work on stuff come on here as a guest, and or Dane works on guitars, plus show his guitars. Anybody. I'm not going to say yes, no, whatever. Like I said, I've been getting offers now, and I have no problem with that. I'll do those too. It's just weird how I've never heard any of the offer things ever all this time until I was no longer on the show. That I find that kind of strange, but yet amusing. Let me switch camera over, everybody, to the other room. By the way, I do make these. Everybody's interested. Be right back. Where's my drink? And it is only ocean spray, by the way. Diet. find the head. So, wait a minute. Now let's call on this. You know, the funny thing is, I never ran any of the shows ever. Knew nothing about StreamYard at all. Hold on. And then I'll switch the camera over. But I'm learning. And that's what I want to do. I want to learn too. Let me switch right here back to that. There we go. So there we go, everybody. Let me this. I'm not the best at this stuff here, but we'll get. So yeah, there's you know, I'm writing my music, I'm putting it out there. It is what it is. But it, like I said before, when he, hey, let's, grab a guitar, let's play, and then you hear, stop, that sucks. Okay. Or it sounds, well, he didn't say crappy, but I never knew if he was talking about the guitar sound through the Rodecaster or my playing. That was never specified. And even that's a form of disrespect. So, well. Again, I don't hate him. No ill will. I hope he succeeds at what he wants to do. I really do. I doubt very seriously that I'll ever be invited back on the show, ever. Especially if he knows I did the Under the Bus show Wednesday. Even though I didn't bash him, I just told the truth. So, it is what it is, and that's fine. I really do. I hope he succeeds. He needs it. He needs to succeed. He needs to feel that accomplishment, basically. Actually, I don't use StreamYard, puppy. I'm using the EV Mux. I did use the free StreamYard all of January and February. And the free version of it, you can only go 720 resolution. And then I didn't know that you were limited to 20 hours on the free program until it come up told me, hey, you have, you're running out of your time. I'm like, my time? What are you talking about? Then it would come up on the screen and say, hey, click this, add this, do this. And every time I click, I didn't care what it was, clicked on something, you have to upgrade. So then a couple weeks ago in the chat, people were typing EV Mux. I had no idea what that was. Then Peggy got my attention and said they want you to check it out. So I didn't even know anything. I got to Google and typed in, it came up to a streaming service. And I figured, well, I still don't know StreamYard that well. So I downloaded this, and the very first thing I noticed, the free version of this, you got high definition. I'm like, wow. And then you could add a lot of stuff in the free version. And I was like, oh, okay, well, no, not doing that. So I joined it. So now I can go unlimited and do shows anytime. I was told in a email sent to me that well, I don't want to say who sent it, but I was told that I am now going to be his competition, and they were saying it in a demeaning manner towards me, and I wrote back one sentence. He created it. I didn't. I never heard from that person again. But I'm not doing this as competition. You know, everybody's like, well, you did it on Wednesday, you did it on Friday. Well, that's days of the week. You know, nobody owns any day of the week on YouTube. I am conscious enough not to do it when he starts his. You know, and if people want to watch here till he comes on, then go watch him, then come back. That's fine with me. I could care less. I'm not out to make him look bad. I'm not out to make me look better. The only issue I have is the disrespect. That's it. Other than that, I hope he succeeds at everything. I really do. I enjoyed my time there. I had a good time. So, you know, and through that show, I met a lot of you guys, which to me that's great. But you know, when I bought all this equipment to bring up my end of his show, so he didn't have to worry about that, because he obviously, or he told me he did with all the other ones. You know, I was hoping that would show him a gesture of good faith, because I had no intentions of doing my own thing. I really didn't. I had no intentions of doing it, and instead, I don't know this for sure. This is just my thought. I think instead of him saying, okay, well, you know, he's serious. He upgraded his equipment for this show. I think he looked at it as like, okay, now he's going to try to learn from me, then go and stab me in the back. That's how I think he looked at it. I don't know for sure. He never said that, but when you start looking at, he knew the bench part of the shows was my absolute favorite part. So when I get told, oh, I'm not doing the bench shows anymore like that. I'm going to do them myself late at night. You know, so, okay. So I'm just doing what I'm doing. If you guys like it, great. If you don't like it, great. You know, but I am open to suggestions. I'm open to be on other shows, not necessarily as a co-host, because but if someone wants me on as a guest, no problem. The Under the Bus guys, I've been 3 years of hearing all this stuff and only hearing one side of it. Then, I thought about, the comment was made for me to get on the show, and I thought about it for a while, a half hour or so. And then I finally had Billy tell them to, send me the link. And they were absolutely not what I expected from what I was told for 3 years. So, well, CNA, I studied for 2 years with one, and then been doing this for 40. Well, actually, I started working on guitars in the 70s, but not building them, just working on them. Although I take it back. I did build my first guitar when I was in 7th grade, which was 1976. 70, yeah. And it was funny because I wanted a Gibson V, and I actually had it in oak, walnut, then oak. The walnut center strip with the neck. I already had a neck, so I used that neck. And then I attached the other, put all 3 boards together, cut it, and when I messed up, and what was funny is I had the top wing was proper, and the bottom wing, the guys had switched, all the guys in my class, you know, 7th, 8th grade, everybody clowns around, they had cut my template out, made it smaller, and I didn't realize it till after I drew it. I was like, well, so I cut it out. So I ended up making the Rhodes Concorde V 3 years before he had one. I did it by accident. And there was I still have a photo of that somewhere. So you got white oak, dark walnut, and white oak again. And the neck was just some cheap neck that I'd had. So, and I wired, I don't even know where the pickups came from. Got it in there, it played. It wasn't the best thing, but it was the first guitar I built, and that was 1977. Thank you, puppy. Thank you, Greasy. MPN. You know, and I'm not doing all this to get, you know, to turn this into a love fest either. And I don't want, I'll never tell you guys not to go watch that show or not to go watch any show. You know, it's free will. Do what you want. If you want to come out and hang out here, that's great. But I'm just here to share my music and share what stuff I can do to help people out. Because believe me, I've been in that situation where a guitar or something needed fixed, and I couldn't afford to get it fixed. I've been there more than once, so I know what that's like. I know well, I can't say my very first guitar is right here. And it wasn't mine till last year. If that makes sense. This was my father's 1959 Les Paul Jr. that he bought new in 1960. So this guitar is actually, you know, 6 years older than me, 5 or 6 years older than me. And there's pictures of me, you know, 15 months old, holding this guitar. And this is what I started to learn on. At 5 years old, he started showing me, you know, basic chords at 5. So this didn't need set up, worked on, you know. And actually it's completely original. It's never been refretted, anything. It has marks on it. You know, it shows its wear. Mainly because when my son Cole was born, when he was 3 years old, he was dragging this around the house, which, you know, neither here nor there. But so my first guitar was this one, even though it wasn't mine until my dad passed last year. But I know when I bought a cheap guitar at one point and started taking lessons, and I was fighting the guitar so much, I was like, screw it, screw the lessons. I'll teach myself how to play and play by ear. And that's what I did for the longest time. But then I couldn't, you know, I was like, hey, what would it cost to fix this? You know, and didn't have it to get it fixed, so I learned how to do it myself. And I completely believe that if you're a guitar player, you should be able to work on your own guitar. I know that's not for everybody, because I do know a couple guitar players that are great guitar players, but don't know a wrench from a screwdriver. So I look at it this way. If you can do it and learn it, then learn it. It's only going to help you in the long run and save you money. Oh, not only do I have the guitar, believe it or not, it's sitting right here. He bought that guitar. I got a C Crane radio sitting on top of it. This amp. This is a 1960, I believe it's a 60, Gibson tube amp. Obviously the gib is broken off of it. And this is one of the ones that was a little bit more rare. It is a model GA5, which is a popular one, but this is the GA5T, meaning you got your volume, two instrument inputs, diffuse, your on and off, but right here you got tremolo. So you get that wah, 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 wah sound, and you increase it. And this is completely original tubes and speakers, and it's still, well, look at the plug. And it still works. I was offered, a guy came here, look at the original plug. A guy came here a couple years ago, and he's like, he knew I had. I've known this guy for quite some time. He knew it was, I mean, this guitar was here, been here for years. And he literally threw down $12,000 on my bar over there, which, and it's a bar, but I don't drink. But he threw $12,000 in cash on the bar for that guitar and this amp. And I couldn't do it because at that time, my dad started the whole 5.5-year journey to his death. And I was like, no, I can't do it. There's no price I can put on this. So I obviously didn't sell it. Never will. It'll go from me to my son when the time comes. That's not for another 30 years. But so that's you know, I know he threw the money on the bar. I know he was hoping, see the cash, you're going to take it. But I couldn't do it. And then it was funny because when my dad was in the hospital, he was like half with it. And I told him, I said, hey, Dad, I said, I think you, I know a guy, I told him who it was. He knew him, but he didn't remember him. I said, he wants to buy the old Gibson and the amp. He goes, yeah. I said, yeah, $12,000. He's like, sell it. I'm like, no, Dad. Because he was offered, say late 90s, early 2000s, he was offered $7,000 or $8,000 for it, and he turned it. He wouldn't sell it. So I'm not going to sell it. Now you see him on Reverb anywhere from 10,000 to, well, with the amp, especially that amp, tremolo knob too, you see him up to like $18,000, $19,000. So we've been doing almost 4 hours here. Wow. I tell you what, for those of you who don't know, I forgot, I can do that here. Wait, I got to do it on that computer though. Or do I? This is where I don't know, I'm learning. Add camera. Nope, don't want to do that. Need to figure out how to add a screen. Banners, music. Players. Dang it, I'll have to figure that out. Anyhow, for those of you who don't know, my son is the original founding member of a band called Faith in Failure, based out of Columbus, Ohio. They are all over the streaming services. I think they have a total of 15 songs now recorded. If you like Avenged Sevenfold, then you'll like these guys. My son has a master's from Berkeley, guitar, and he loves it. So he's had the band for probably, I don't know, 6 years maybe now. I don't even know how to add a camera, invite a guest. I'd have to do it on this computer. Hold on. Let me shrink this just a little bit. I need to add another tab. And I got to pull out this keyboard. Oh, that computer's slow. Hold on. I really want you guys to hear some of his stuff because they've done great. Their newest song is called Troubled Times. Then the one before it was Master of the World. The End is a 7-minute song. They did one, Touched by the Moon. This one, I'll give you, this was like a playthrough that he did. Because now when they release a song, they do a playthrough of it too. Copy this link. So he writes all the music and he plays lead guitar. Their singer does all the vocals. Link copied. I think I can put that in. Should be able to. Live chat. Well, thought I could. Why can't I find the pop-out chat? And I hate this stuff. I can't even get the thing to. There we go. Okay, got it. Yeah. Paste this. Oh, wrong keyboard. All right. Their channel is actually NPN. Good night, brother. They signed with a big management company about the middle of last year, and they're doing all kind of. If you're in the Columbus, Ohio area, they play like King of Club, all kind of stuff. Now they're going to New York. They just played in Michigan. So, if you guys would just click on that after we're done here, and they have the channel. It's called The Official Faith and Failure, and they always do lyric videos, and they're on Facebook. Then my son-in-law does bolt action, so very music family. So, all right, everybody, we are 2.5 minutes away from 4 hours. Tomorrow night, I will finish that guitar with the Floyd and everything, get it ready to go. And then maybe one of you guys here in the chat might send you a link and have you on as a guest tomorrow. We'll do stuff like that. It'll work. So what we got? We got 2 minutes. I got 30 seconds worth of. Oh. Here is what my band cover is going to be that when it hits Spotify. Dying to Play is the name of it. So there you go. So that's cool. I like it. Yeah, I did. Puppy, hold on. I'll do it again. I got it right here. Should still be here. Yep. I got to get the computer situation a little bit more organized. That should be, you should be able to click on that and go there. Puppy, I don't know. Let's see. I'll play one song. I don't know if you've ever heard what I'm doing. I've got like 76 songs working in works, either finished or halfway through. Okay, here's a song I wrote. Started it in 1984 and finished it within, I don't know, within the last, I want to say this past year I finished it, but it was about a one night stand. So here you go. I'm doing all guitars on here. Actually, it's that White Warrior right there. Here's a picture of my son on stage. That was a Halloween show. He's got a skeleton face on. Peggy, you try it. It might be because
now the city's full of echoes and lies. Every dark-haired girl catches my eyes. Beggars and kings all look the same when you're drowning in a missing name. Footsteps fade on the
it.
I'll chase your shadow through the pain.
Okay.
One night eternal in my veins, a ghost in the chains of morning
Hold on.
rain. Every street line, every passing train, I'll chase your shadow through the pain.
There's the link. Yeah, I would like to talk to 40 Grit. So I can do that, but I can't figure out how to. I'll get there. So there you go. That's the link to their channel. I'll figure this out more as we go. Like I said, it's a learning curve. So, all right, everybody, we are 4 hours and 5 minutes into this. That is crazy. I like doing the long shows though. So, with that, everybody, let me add my lair and I'll sign out. And this is over. Tomorrow, tomorrow's Sunday. Well, Sunday now for me. Monday, 9 p.m. We'll finish the Jackson and have some chats. And anybody who might want to join for, I like to have a couple people in, come in for a little bit, then let someone else come in. We'll do it that way. So with that, everybody, good night. Dio says you're all the biggest stars in the world, and Ozzy says, I love you all. So, good night, everybody.